Good morning, good morning. Happy Monday. Hopefully everybody's having a great start to your week, coming off of your relaxing weekend. Let's see what we got going on today in the market. We're going to be looking at some ETH, BTC, and USDT. See how that's performing. Real quick, I do anticipate these lows to be swept. Cash market opens up here in the next 3 minutes. So we're going to be waiting for some of these moves to develop right inside this area. I had a couple of levels here. I was looking at this 618 level being a support level. We obviously breached some of it, but pulled right back into it and then started closing above it and then having a couple taps. But I'm a little hesitant on that, so I think we have deeper retracements that come down to these levels right over here. I mean, it could very well come to the 0.76 fib level and decide to bounce off the 0.76. But for all intents and purposes, I think we do for sure sweep this area. I mean, we did have a good support, at least long-term support that was appearing. I think that's, no, it's not there. Let me find it for us. Here it is. Right, we've bounced off this area a couple times. We've obviously struck right through it. I believe this is with the whole war that was going on. Actually, no, that was this candle. That was this candle, excuse me. That's incorrect. That was this candle. But we did strike through it, pushed against above it. So this area right over here, you know, these two purple horizontal lines are acting as a point of interest for me right at the moment. Now we can see a little tiny demand box right over here that it got established, right? Because that's what created that up thrust, tapped into it. This was the war. You know, just liquidated that right there. And now we came back into tapping into it again. So there's the possibility that we do come lower. Something to consider. What's up, Solar? Good morning, man. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, cash market's just open just now. Let's look at a 15 real quick. Let me see if we can get these mapped out. I am hedge short from this zone right over here, 2048. Nothing that was a challenge play or anything like that. Just something I took last week on Saturday. And I'm telling you, these weekends are getting more and more interesting this year. we have like flat weeks, Monday through Wednesday, and then we get impulse on weekends. Just kind of mapping out the range right now for us. No way New York's just gonna open up like that. We got a little range that's going on here. Obviously, if we climb above this in the next 15-minute candle or so, then we can look at higher. But I anticipate us to start coming back down to this area, close underneath this range low, and then get into these areas right over here. That's my anticipation. If I'm wrong on that scenario, then wave 2 is in, then I really wouldn't be looking for shorts until we got into I would maybe consider testing this area right over here, 2054, see what develops here, see if there's signs of weakness inside that zone. And then if that is breached and that's broken through, then I'd be looking somewhere over here inside this area. Yeah, see, this should act as fuel. This zone right over here. Still developing that range, so. Good morning, mate. Good morning. Good morning. A real pivotal area is going to be this area right over here, because I believe we have a harmonic that sits inside that zone. Yeah, it's right over here. See this wave B right here? That's what we're struggling to breach. And from a harmonic trading perspective, it's either bust or break. Yes, we did break through it initially, but you can see as soon as we broke through it on this candle right here, we immediately started throwing right back down into it. So from a range perspective, we climb above here, then this needs to be the next level that needs to be taken. And just like everything else, just requires patience. That's all it is, man. Just patience. I was actually looking at this on a daily earlier this morning. I was just looking at where we've been. You know, obviously when we had this push up into 3300s, but since 3300s, you know, we've been floating, printing a bunch of green dots here in this area. Yes, there's been some red dots, but this is really showing us that there's a lot of compression that's going on inside of this area. Lots and lots of compression. So we really need to see this wave trend break above this baseline of 0 right over here. It needs to break above here. We need to see something like this on the daily to confirm continuation. You know, until we see that, you know, we're still going to be stuck inside this diabolical range. What up, Coin? God bless you too, man. Thank you, brother. God bless you. God bless you. So challenge-wise, you know, just I posted where the active trades were at now. Some of you guys requested it. Actually, you guys voted. I think like 20 of you guys wanted the active trade section. So the active trade is inside the server. So if you guys haven't checked that out, go to the roles section and you'll look for signals, and you'll have access to that channel as well too. And it's right over here, just in case anybody's curious. It's right over here. This is what we're looking for, that 1849 level. I want to see that sweep of the weekend. You know, this is essentially what we're looking at here. I mean, even if I came to stop loss zone, I would most likely looking to re-enter, even if I came to a stop loss area. Because my overall thesis was that February was the bottom of wave A, and then we're going to go into a wave B. From a daily count, you can look at that as a wave 3, a bearish count wave 3, and then we're going to go into a bearish wave 4. And so all that kind of lines up. So I would still be looking at re-entering at these levels going into the month of March. I mean, 15 minutes got some green dots, but I mean, we've seen that already so far. We saw it right over here. We saw it here too. And then we started getting some red dots, then another green. So high volatility with this, you know, on lower time frames if you're trying to study lower time frames. We got 3 more minutes here. You know, what occurs above this line right over here is really going to determine if we get continuation or if this becomes the ceiling, the short-term ceiling, so we can move down to these lower levels. I mean, from a range rule perspective, yeah, I mean, if we can't breach this, then you would activate a short there in that area. I'm not, me personally, I'm not telling you to do so, but that's kind of what it would look like if you're looking at, you know, potential shorts. You'd have to have, you know, a stop loss that goes above, most likely right above here, so it could be a little bit wider for you. But that's what I was saying, like it's kind of dicey, yeah, because this 15-minute range is just not done yet. Like I said, we've got like 3 more minutes left inside of it. I got a green dot on a 1 hour. That's good. Maybe we do get a push up. That's what's up. Finally break out of this 1970 range. Give us something good inside the month of March. What does weekly look like? I haven't looked at weekly yet. $19.87 was that high. You got 1 minute left. All right, nice. It's a good opening. A good opening for New York. All right, can we hold it? That's what I like to see. Can we hold it? Where did we go to earlier in the day? This is just earlier, 1965. So pretty wide range, right? So even if price came to, like, let's say price broke above here and they decided to come down, then this would be considered bearish retest. Now, obviously we have a gap that has developed here inside this area. We can see our ceiling now. Oh, fly above that, then this thing's, it's gonna run. And so then for me, it would look like on a 1 minute or 3 minute, I'd be looking for, you know, push above here, then a retest, and then we can go higher. So it looks something like that. I never trust those opens though, man. Nice morning open. There it is. Show you all the way. We gotta just hold above it and then we're good. Hold above it and then we can go higher. I was expecting weekend lows to be swept, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, see that sweet spot right there. We should take that though. To be honest with you, we should take that. Just based on how New York's opening, we should take that. So a little compression right inside here. 15-minute broke above. So maybe we come back here and then we can move up like that. But we still have all this space here for bullish retest. So don't let's not get carried away here in this area. We could still retest all this and then decide to move up, or we just have a throwdown and it comes all the way back down. But that looks good. That looks real good. I like the way that looks. Non-challenge plays, like I said, we did position ourselves. You know, I had given this call earlier last week. I was saying that this looks like a potential wave one just based on the up thrust, and we should have a retracement of it. And then we had levels, 0.5, 0.382, so forth and so on. Coming to sharp levels, 618 area, reached just slightly underneath it, but nevertheless, we came underneath it. Yeah, we're gonna fly. Look at New York. And squeeze all these shorts, take them all out. Don't you feel on me now? Hopefully this is the move that we can finally break this ridiculous range. Yeah, everyone's still trying to short that. Now just looking for that retest here in this area. That'll give us confirmation. Hold right above here, please. Shoot, I'd be happy if it holds 1975. That'd be great. Flip that resistance. Maybe get a little flush into here. Trend is your friend. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. You guys think we go higher? What's up, Danny? Good morning, brother. Just saw your message. Sorry about that. Good morning, brother. You imagine ETH just does what it normally does here. Just meow. All right, coffee break. Be right back. Yeah, this 1975, this wave B is, it's a headache, man. All right, so two scenarios here, right? If we can bounce off of this New York open high, then we have a higher probability of pushing a little bit higher. But we have all this space in here that we can clear. I think we have an imbalance right there. Let me see. Yeah, we got one right there. We have another one right over here. So we have two imbalances that sit in this area. This is obviously on a 1 minute. So what I'm pointing out here is, you know, if we can clear this area here, maybe we don't get the bounce over here, and let me back up. Individuals will try to long this. That'll fuel as liquidity. It'll push down, clear this imbalance. Maybe people try to start longing over here where there's resistance right here, and that acts as liquidity. And then we push down further. And man, we even have it all the way down to here. All the way down to like 1930. So bouncing here is really bullish. It would just avoid all these. But coming down into these levels over here, this would all just be considered like bullish retest. It gets invalidated in the sense of bullish retest if we start breaching underneath here and then rejecting here. So if we come down to, let's just say here, and then we reject off of here, then we have a higher probability of going down. I don't know. I mean, from a risk asset perspective, yeah, people would probably move their funds out of high risk assets. Yeah, obviously crypto being one of them. But from an economical perspective, usually wars they stimulate economies because it creates more jobs. So it can be viewed from like, different perspectives. I would love nothing more than for this to be a confirmed wave 2. Wave 2 was done at like 1906 area, and then we can finally move into a wave 3. It would break the range. I mean, bears have had it very, very easy. I'm not going to say for 6 months straight. I mean, you can look at it that way, but for at least the last 6 weeks, bears have had it relatively pretty darn easy. Come on, give us a full send. There you go. That's what we're talking about. What I'd like to see. Cleared that little imbalance I had right there. That's on a 1 minute. Still got all this space over here. And you see we've cleared some of this fair value gap, but we bounced inside of it, so that's relatively still bullish. It's when you start clearing all of this and rejecting this fair value gap, that's when it becomes concerning. And so what's the bottom of this? That's what, 1955? And I think that's, yeah, that's inside of this zone right over here. So that would clear a portion of this. They'd clear this one, it'd have to maintain that one and avoid this. Nice. Let's go. And let's squeeze those shorts. Squeeze those shorts. Squeeze them. Oh, you just went to the top of that range, didn't you? You sure did. Oh, you got a double top over there? Hey, good. Yeah, top right there. I got to break out of that. We got to break out of that. Come on. This is always concerning though. It always is. If this prints a red dot here, man, booty. That's what I'm gonna call it, booty. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, cleared that imbalance right there. That's what that was. Come on, squeeze them. I mean, you could have longed 1918, that 618 level that we were mentioning here on the 1 hour. Yeah, if you're just kind of following along with where these levels were at. There we go. Come on, break out of this range. You got this. Come on. You got a big push there. And pushing higher with lower volume. Ugh, that's not good on a 1 minute. Exit squeeze? No way, exit squeeze? That's what volume looks like right now. There it is. That's what we want. I'm here for it. Let's go. cleared that fair value gap right there. Finally broke out of that range. I don't know. I see higher, boys. I smell higher. Yep. I smell higher. $2K handles. We're back, baby. Let's go. Yes, let March be the month, baby. Let March be the month. Yeah, I think shorts are gonna get obliterated here. It's just gobbling them up. This looks like we're inside of wave 3. Just the way it's moving. No rest for the wicked. Let's go. BTC's testing 68 again. Don't you feel on me now? Yeah, this looks like a wave 3, guys. I think we're inside that wave 3 now. We just launched from here. Yeah, I would definitely be waiting on shorts. Definitely be waiting.
Thank God that the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in there. Damn man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Working for that whip, yeah, that what you call that.
That's the only way I see that goes back the other way. That says like wave D, or at least wave 2 wasn't done. That's what that says.
So I'm going mainstream. Yep. I'm going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Woo.
Guess to just enjoy the ride. That's the best way of putting it. Just enjoy the ride. Just enjoy the ride. Yeah, I got a 2190 for wave 3. I mean, it could go higher. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it could definitely go higher. I just got a 1.618. Like that's like bare minimum, like a small wave 3. New York doing good. They're just pushing. Just keep going. There it is. Keep going. Yeah, I don't know if this would come to fruition. I'm just giving it an idea. if that was a wave C. Then that would tell us, okay, wave 2 wasn't done. Still the same scenario, like we didn't even retest New York Open high. Just completely skipped right over it. See? We bounced off of that 1975. Actually, I have it right over here. I think I have it on a 4-hour. No, I don't. Where do I have you? Oh, there it is. I see we just breached over that. Now we got wave C, which is 2063. Yeah, 2063 for me would be a small TP zone. In case we're getting some type of pushback, you know, pushback into wave B, maybe a little bit lower into New York Open high. That's what we want to be looking for. And I'm not going to say this because I think fundamentals are wrong, but this is just one of the reasons why I personally don't trade fundamentals, or at least use fundamentals to fuel my bias, or, you know, what I'm trading per se. Because, you know, like I said, there's war going on right now, and most individuals are like, okay, well, if there's war, then most people would be getting out, and that would make sense. I'm not disagreeing with that, but we're clearly seeing something completely different right now. Yeah, they're not going to give up anything right now. Now's not the time to be bearish, in my opinion. Yes, possible. Keep pushing. I might just lose my ever-loving mind if this thing retraces all the way back down. I want to see 2063, like this level right over here. I want to see that get tapped. I want to see it sweep this high right over here. But that is a straight vertical run up. Straight vertical run up. Yeah, 618 puts us right around New York. On the wave base. Yeah, the higher time frame is, you know, I had this as wave A, and the monthly levels that I had, if I can find it. You know, that's like bare minimum, 2234. And then we have all these other levels. You know, wave B can be short, and then it comes right back down. 100%. That could definitely happen. But to answer your question, that's kind of what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this being wave A, and wave A is done. Now we're looking for wave B. I can get rid of that. That didn't happen. I wanted February to close above this trend line right over here. It's a long-term one, but you can see that we can come right back up to it and retest it, and then start breaking down this trend line right here. So yeah, like 2234 is definitely on the table. Short term though, I think maybe we kind of test one of these. You're good, Tom. You can ask away. Feel free. Always ask away, brother. Yeah, I mean, I think we can go. I mean, there's definitely room to go down to the downside. Don't get me wrong. I mean, from that monthly view that I have, I mean, I have ETH coming down to like 1100s inside this area. But I mean, we've had 6 months of downside. So, I mean, a relief month would be great. And I think that I have this on a daily as well too. Yeah, like wave 4 somewhere over here. potentially even going a little bit higher into these zones. And then wave 5 kind of lines up. I mean, I have wave 5 pretty deep at a 1.272. That's a classic level, but it could come a little bit higher inside this area. I wouldn't long these levels. I'm just putting fibs here just because I want to see if there's any bounces here and we go a little bit higher. Me personally, I wouldn't be adding to my long. I like the stronger fibs. Me personally, I like the stronger fibs. So these levels, maybe even down to these levels. And we could just be trapping here too. Really got to break out of this. As long as we can hold like this area, right? So even if we get like, let's just say we got to move down to here, but we close above here, we should be fine. You should be fine. Even if it wicked to here, I just really want to see that it closes above here, at least on a 1 hour. But if it does the opposite, you know, if it does one of these, comes down, and then rejects this again, yeah, that opens the door for all this. Oh, you're welcome, Tom. Anytime, man. Anytime. We do have a new campaign that's going to start this week with LBank. Campaign, you could actually win a couple of different prizes. One of the prizes is a Rolex. If you don't want the Rolex, you could always do cash value for it. but there's a Nintendo Switch, AirPod Max Pros. There's an iPhone in there, and then there's a Rolex in there as well too. So I'll be posting that inside of the LBank section later on today. There's going to be a registration link if you want to join that campaign. This is specific to our server, our group. So I'll be posting it inside of the VIP section for you guys if you guys want to partake inside of it. Me personally, I'd probably go for the cash value. I have no interest in owning a Rolex. And I already have iPhone. I already have a Switch. So for me, it would be cash value. In 1982. What's the other one? 1967. And in 1949. I mean, depends on how this candle closes on a 15-minute. You have an up thrust, then you have a shooting star. So like if this closes as like a bearish engulfing, kind of dangerous. It's a lower time frame, so don't give it all the weight in the world. Big volume here. Oh, excuse me, no. Big volume on this candle. Price action went higher here. And volume was smaller here. That's something to be paying attention to. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Like I said, it's lower time frame, so yes, USDT. Go down, USDT. Please go down. Extension levels? Yeah. All right. What is that, 2054? That puts me right around my 2063 handle that I was looking at earlier. All right, extension levels. All right, 2048. I'm just speculating here. I'm on a 1 minute, obviously. Yeah, it should come right here. And it's super bullish like that. That would be deep. I'm just speculating. I'm not saying that that's going to happen. I'm looking at some ideas. Oh, keep squeezing. Keep squeezing them. Yeah, it lines up with that. Okay. Breached over that, which is good. Finally broke out of this wave one. Yeah, 2063 was that next area that I was looking at. See right here. We should tap that area soon. And then we can get like maybe, I mean, it's pretty strong right now. Maybe 1991. There it is. Took some profits on that, on my long. Just took a little bit out because that's a TP level for me. Okay. All this space over here is concerning though. All this. We had a nice little uptrend on that. So none of this was tapped. And then obviously we had another little mini trend developing here inside that area. So like if we were to revisit this area, I think that would be liquidity and that would push us into this level right over here. But right now, I mean, it doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like we're gonna get that. I don't see why it would retrace that whole move. I'm not aiming for shorts right now. Not on these moves. I just took profits. I took some profits off of this level right here for this anti-cipher. And the next level is going to be right over here, 2153, and then there's another level above that, 2233. There's 12 minutes left inside this candle. That's on a 1 hour. That was a nice little trap right there. They could be setting up a whole other trap right here again. This is a trap right here. Could also look at it like a subwave. My average is 1908 on my long. So I'm more interested in just taking the profits. And, you know, if I came all the way back down to entry, then I'm okay with that too, because, you know, I've already taken profits. It was a profitable move. Yeah, it looks like a red dot's about to appear here soon. I actually don't need this. I was just testing something. And that could just be very, very, very short term. Right, because we don't even have sell dots that are printed yet. Broke above 1, which is great. Now I think we'll move higher. What line is here? Oh, wave 1. Okay. I mean, if someone shorted that, I could see that. Don't get me wrong. I could see that. But I mean, look at this. I mean, it's relatively strong. That's on a 1 hour, 4 hour as well too. Let's look at volume real quick. Yeah. You got 7 minutes left inside this candle. Yeah. No test of New York at all though. So just keep that in mind, even going into Asia, even going into London, like there's no test. At some point it will come back and revisit this area. It's just a matter of when, but no test here in this area. So that's why I wouldn't be like adding to longs or anything like that. If you're shorting, then yeah, I get it. If you triggered a short. But from where I'm sitting, you know, kind of what I'm viewing and kind of the way I have this mapped out, you know, I believe that wave 2 was done here just on this upthrust, right? Because these are wave 3 characteristics. These are wave 3 characteristics. The only thing that changes that is this: if this was just a massive, like, dead cat bounce and it just comes all the way back down, then it's like, okay, then wave 2 wasn't done, and we come back to these areas. Like, I wouldn't re-long this zone over here. I wouldn't re-long that. I'd wait for this over here if we were to come back down. Well, don't be shy on us now. Yeah, see how you had a shooting star, but I was like, yeah, I don't trust it. And look what happened. You would need to get like a move down to here, like in the next 4 minutes, to get an engulfing. Then to say, okay, well, it looks like we have some signs of weakness that are appearing here. And then failure to make a new high, then triggering shorts would make sense. But triggering on like the first move, that's risky unless you're scalping it. You're like in and out on it. Yeah, I'm not dropping any frames on my side. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Forgot I did have that mapped out. I hit that trend line right there. Need to break out of that. Excuse me. Anybody short? %of you guys vote for the range to be broken. That's what's up. I like it. I like the way you guys think. I think a new 4 hour just began, right? 1 minute. Maybe the 1 hour opens and gives us a little tiny push down. 1, 2, 3, 4 right over here. Yeah, so that's testing this 2026 on the next candle, next 15-minute candle to change the setup phase. Because that's where that closed. That's pretty bullish, you know, to test that area and then bounce above it. If it closes underneath that, that's going to change the setup phase. This candle, this is an important candle here on 15-minute. And it can go both ways, really, right? Like if we get a push above here in this area, then we still have 8 and 9 that needs to push above higher. So that would point towards higher. If it starts to break down, then that just tells us that we have an area that we're going to revisit, because we'll have a 9 failure. But if this current candle right now, this 15-minute closes underneath here, then it changes this setup phase. We did get a 13 on the lead up phase. So just be diligent. That's all I'm getting at. I showed you guys where I was taking profits on mine. See, we got to a wave C. Let me just post this inside the stream section just so you guys know what I'm looking at. Like a nail biter right now. Oh man, unless that was a short term. And look at that. That puts us all the way in New York. That would be wild. That would be wild. Somebody's going to be mad. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally down if it keeps going higher. Don't get me wrong. It's either here, the 618, or somewhere right over here. I mean, if it goes higher, it's another expansion. Right, so the reason why I do this is because if I start rejecting off of specific fib levels and like holding that as a resistance, as rejection, then I start looking at this from a lower time frame perspective, saying, okay, well then you know, my up thrust is pretty tired. I'm going to go into a short-term correction. So that's why I just start measuring out and seeing what fibs are going to hold. If any fibs are going to hold at all. I mean, it could just keep booming up. And so like if you're shorting, like just give you an example, like if you're shorting, you're looking for shorts, this is kind of what you look for. Well, you got late longs that are coming in. So I could see why late longs would be frustrated with this. I got a lower high right there, but now we just print another high. Okay, good. Okay, so now we're inside of extension. There it is. I'm going to hedge a small short here. $2,072. And my invalidation would be like right above here, you know, 2080 in that area. I look for these first levels first here, and then if it gives you continuation down here. Oh my gosh. I'm looking for that, please. Thank you. Okay, let's... Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Actually, no, wait. Yeah, you're where you went to. Don't need you. I'll put this inside active trade. Excuse me. I should probably adjust this because people probably didn't get in on time. All right. Yeah, so you got an 8 there. That's the only thing that's a little bit concerning. What does it need to go to change that setup phase? 1, 2, 3, 4. So same area that we're talking about before, 2027 area. And it doesn't have to be this dramatic in the sense of drop, right? I'm just giving you like a general target, but like if I were to look at zones, I mean, that would be insane if it did. All right, somewhere over here. And remember, we have those fair value gaps. It's well, yeah, fair value gaps, and we also have shade bottoms. I believe that's sat right around, yeah, these areas. So see, like coming to this level kind of makes sense, but we still have this, and we still have this. A full retrace of the entire move. Yeah, this thing's going a lot lower, if that were the case. But coming and testing New York open high inside this area, maybe even potentially down to here. I could see that. I think I can get a pattern out of that too. It just depends on where I'm going to do my swing point. I can go this way. See something like that. You also got a shaved head that sits right over here too. But mind you, this is a hedge, right? So even if I get, that's why I have my stop loss so tight, because if I get pushed out, then my long is still good. Now it's just about building. Wow, that's really crazy. I can't look at that. Oh, this is so messy. Hold on. Where did you come from? And then you're the vertical run up that I was looking at. Okay. I got 13 with a 3 that printed here, so I got 40 minutes left in this hour. 1, 2, 3, 4. My gosh. That's where I would need to go to change that. That would be insane. Next candle opens and just... $4 million more to go. Come on, more juice. All right. What if we just did this? But that wouldn't be accurate because I gotta go wick the body, and that would make sense. So let's hope that holds, and we see a breakdown. I've been waiting for USDT to just take a dirt nap down to these levels, man. But maybe short term it pulls back up into this trend line right here, like 8.03. That would kind of give us these areas right over here, down to maybe here. Our whale guy is up 4.8 million. He's got a $144 million position long. His average entry price is $19.91. And this week he's done 10 mil. This guy's got high conviction, man. High conviction. You know, I'm on Hyperbot right now. One thing I don't understand why Hyperbot sometimes it runs flat, like there's no data coming in on it. It gives this appearance like no one's in the market. Somebody smarter than me needs to explain that. Or explain it to me like I'm a 6-year-old. What's up, boy? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream, brother. Good job in the server, man. Good job applying yourself. I see you, man. I see you. Now we just gotta wait, man. See if we get that. Yeah, that first level, 2054, it was a resistance area, so let's see if we flip it. So we could very well bounce off of that and just go higher. That's what's up. Good job, bro. Good job, good job. Just make sure you incorporate some rest in there. It is possible to overdo it. Look at you, Pikachu. Oh, you're good, man. I get less sleep than that. So don't worry, don't fret. You got a sell out that printed there. That's interesting. Let's see what happens here at 2039. Which is like right over here. Right over there. So we got like a little cluster going on right over here. See, very similar. We had a little cluster going on over here. We got a little cluster going on here. Still got a the limit order here for that active trade is still there, just as an FYI. One, two, three, four. 1937. I think that kind of lines up with what I was saying earlier. No, it's deeper. Okay. You guys take the short with me? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's still valid. Excuse me. Nice, that's what's up. That's what's up. Hey, we all start somewhere. You'll build your confidence. You'll build your confidence. So I stress, you know, to a lot of you guys, just, you know, put your thoughts inside of the journal so that way you can get like constructive feedback. It's the best way you're always going to learn. I knew there was an exhaustion candle that printed there. I wonder if there's more. Wow. Yeah, the next one is up here. 2154. Yep. I don't like that. That's okay, but it's not ideal. Really want to see this. Yeah, compression. What is similar to a 4 hour? It's going to send me the same crap. Yeah. Red Dot's trying to print there. Probably have one on a 13. Yeah, I got one on a 13. And in 1 minute just printed a green dot. So you guys saw how, you know, essentially what I did to pick up this this move, how I utilize fibs. Right, obviously we have enough thrust. We initially started it here. We did, right, because we had enough thrust, and we had to move down, and we're measuring here inside of this area. Then we got another push down to this area, but then we breached that area. So this initial fib became invalidated, and you could still really use that if you wanted to, you know, because we went to 2.24, so you could still look at it that way as well too, right? You could still look at it from this perspective. And then you get your move down. So in both scenarios, you're not wrong if you did it. I just canceled that one out and just remeasured it. because I wanted to measure this move in particular, because this was really the top of that move at the time before we had another little up thrust up. So all these settings, just as an FYI, they're inside of our server for you guys. They're there at your disposal. They're inside of the VIP section, so just make sure you have the VIP role. If you don't have the VIP role, then just give me a whistle, and then I'll be able to assist you. Make sure you're following the VIP access section. But all the fib levels and all the tools that we're utilizing are going to be inside of this section right over here. So if you come over to the training ground section and then just click on trading strategies, like everything that I kind of outline, everything that I discuss, you know, how I use fibs, you know, how I hunt for liquidity zones, how I utilize LA waves, you know, how I analyze candles, so forth and so on. All that's going to be inside of here at your disposal. So if some guys, you know, curious about harmonics, things of that nature. Actually, I'm going to update this. There's a cheat sheet that I'm going to be putting in here at some point. I just haven't gotten around to it, but I'm going to be putting a cheat sheet in here. It has quite a few different harmonic patterns and what those ratios are. And then, you know, so like if you're charting something and you want to see if those ratios fit, you can go to that. The name at the end of the day is really going to be irrelevant, but it's just something that you want to have in addition to that. I'm going to be adding that inside of here, inside that section. So just a quick heads up, you know, if you guys are looking at my fib levels and you're like, how does he do it, or what does he use? Like, what's the thought process behind that? All of that is inside of here. So just a heads up for you. And there's tutorial videos in there as well too on how I use some of these indicators that you guys see, from TD9 sequential to DMI to liquidity pockets, things like that. So all of that is inside our server. Yeah, we just completely avoided this. There's very thin orders that sit right over here. And you can do the exact same thing that what I was just showing earlier, right? You can come over here and measure that. And then just look for your fib levels. You know, so now we're tapping into a 618 area. We have this, we have this. But these are just scalps, guys. They're smaller positions and they're just scalps. These aren't swings for me. I think the swings would come from, you know, starting to look at like 2150s up to like 2190s inside of those areas. I feel like those swings would start to develop from those levels. So in the interim, you know, taking small little scalps on a 1 minute here, taking some profits and then building back again. Yeah, see the next level for that, for an extension, is going to be 2089. So it very well could stop out. So saying just quick little scalps. Don't marry the position. You got a 2089 right over here if you're measuring this move right here. And just tap the 0.88. So as levels start getting violated, I just remove the noise. Okay, so don't need that, don't need that. That's where we're at right now. 2089 would be the next level. That stopped out. And look at that, it went right to a 1.13. That's funny. That's funny. My stop loss became entry. Happens. Happens. All I'm doing now is just scanning the market, seeing where those candles are at, what they look like. I mean, it almost looks like a falling three, but you have more here.
I'm headed to the bottom of the bottle. I've been drowning, I've been floating away. Every other dollar that I got in bed, I probably went and pissed it away. I ain't fucking okay. I ain't liking it, babe. I don't even wanna talk. I'm just smoking my haze. I've been stuck in my ways. I've been stuck in for days. I've been staring at the clock as the radio plays. I'm enslaved.
Yeah, 2089 should come.
I'm stuck in my seat for the whole control of my speech. Yeah, I've been trying to get off this couch for a minute and a whole damn week. No kidding, I'm skinny, I cannot eat. Got a million motherfuckers that depend on me. Yeah, every friend in my family. From a girl, every fan I meet myself. I'm too on till I'm too off. Come down, make
Nice. That's good rejection. Yep, that's it right there. I'm gonna have the same targets. I gotta redo this. I gotta redo this.
Ripping harder, more less. Never stop, no rest. Till the stress is breath in my chest. Till it's diamonds wrapping my neck. Progress to a god from a goddamn mess. Hopeless, more tests.
I am short, just as an FYI. I re-entered short on this. Loss was already made up for already. Trump's speech right now? What's he saying? I'm not watching it. But yeah, let me get some details. That's super bullish, but that's like a big fat maybe. Would not be surprised if we saw that. Let's look at volume real quick because that will actually give us a clue. Yeah, look at that. That was an exit squeeze on a 1 minute. Yep. Because this volume was even higher than this. So I mean, there's multiple ways I could look at this. It's a shorter one. That's one way. But what if it's larger? That's also another way. As it develops, I'll map it out. I'm just speculating here. Yeah, it's just small little scalps. Small little scalps. Let me go back to that real quick. What's 50% of this move? I already have it there. I'm an idiot. So 50% of this move puts us right over here. Coming testing wave B again in New York. Either we get that and we move up, All right, we're recovering here. I should post this in here because someone's probably going to ask. See that right there? That's a clue for me. That's a clue. Like I would take at least like 5-10% off of that and leave yourself break even. All right, let's see if this candle gives you a higher low, then that's going to tell you like, hey, take a little bit of profit off of that. If it sinks right below it, then that's that's fine. Where's active trades? Okay. Okay. This is that downtrend, yeah. Where did it go? No, I think I saw it on a, I think I got it on, no. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Yeah, that downtrend is the concerning part. Is we need to hold a V-shaped recovery if we're gonna have an Adam and Eve, because this is a diving board setup. You know, it doesn't negate the fact that we can come back and revisit these areas like 1830, which that is the 1 hour setup inside this area. Actually, my stop loss is right at the bottom of that, so even if I got stopped, I look to re-enter. I'm hedged on a short. I'm long from 1908, and I'm hedged short at 2089. In a perfect world for me, I would like to see, you know, I'd like to see these levels. This would be pretty bullish for me. But if we've got a deeper extension, we'd be testing New York open high, and we have some imbalances that sit right over here. So I could see us like easily coming into like these levels over here. But if we start pushing all the way down to like these levels right over here, then yeah, the probability of us sweeping this weekend's lows, which were like 1906, grow exponentially. So for me, like, this is super bullish if we can get a bounce here. This is still super bullish if we can get a bounce here inside of this area. All this area right over here would still be considered bullish retest. It's breaking down underneath here is really when it becomes, this move becomes bearish. So everything inside of here is bullish retest. Everything inside here is bullish retest on this time frame. So that's why I'm hedging with it. In the event that we come down to these levels, we can bounce, then I would look to add back to my long and then move back up. Slightly higher time frame. Going off of 1 hour, you know, the idea is that we had a wave 2 that completed at a 618 area. And yeah, we have an upthrust, which kind of points towards we're inside of a wave 3. But in the event that we're wrong, right, in the event that wave 2 is not done and decides to come back down to these levels, that's why I was saying, like, we lose this area right over here, New York open low, because we just opened and just went, you know, vertical. So we lose this low right over here, we sweep the weekend lows, that opens the door for these levels right over here, which would tell us wave 2 just really wasn't done. It's a complex wave 2, because corrective waves can be complex, so wave 2 and wave 4, more specifically on wave 4, but you get like these triangle patterns too. I could probably map that out a little bit better. Because this is where wave 1 began. That's what I'm trying to illustrate. So while this trend line may look like it's acting as a point of, you know, support, you know, small little breach, you know, liquidated that area, but then you started bouncing and bouncing off of it again, you could get the exact same thing that occurred right over here down into these levels. So I would not want to go aggressive here on this long in the event that they liquidates it, I would want to see signs of weakness, and then I'd float down to like a 1 minute and say, okay, can I bounce? Can I get, you know, price action that looks something like this here in this area? So then that would tell me, I'm like, okay, bet, you know, I can close the let's go back to that 1 hour. Where are you? What price are you? You're right inside the middle of that range. So let's just, you know, play devil's advocate. Let's just say, you know, 1946. That brings us into these levels, which clear the imbalances that we have over here, but we have an imbalance all the way down to here, which is like 1928. So that brings us like into these levels right over here. What's the next move? 12 a.m. tonight? Okay. Alright, so it's a little bit better visual for you. Like this area would essentially need to hold. Yeah, we're floating right around that 0.236 area. I think I had on a 15-minute. Yeah. I wouldn't long it. I'm just saying we're floating around that area. Right back. And just for good measure, right? Like an example, I use myself as an example. The previous short that we had set up like at 2072, the stop loss was just too tight. That's what got hunted. That's what got hunted. And then, you know, there's multiple ways of looking at that. In my particular case, considering that I'm hedged, that's the reason why I would run it tight in that scenario. But like if you're in one position, you run it tight, it gets pushed out, and then it just starts going in your direction. You know, those are frustrating. So like when I'm on one position only, depending on the margin size, you know, I'll give myself 1.01% from entry all the way up to about 2.01% of entry. If you're like, okay, well, I know I'm running into some like resistance areas that has to take a breather. you know, this move doesn't make sense. Whatever your thought process is, you could open up that stop loss a little bit more or DCA into it. So I'm sharing with you like what I do. You know, even mistakes can be made, but those mistakes aren't something that burn the portfolio, if that makes any sense. Mondays are really about building. You know, Sundays and Mondays, new week, they're really about building. It looks like we're bouncing off that 2048 area. Yep. Yeah, see, look, tapping right into that. Can't even possibly measure this out like a wave. I think I did that earlier. So that would have made sense. That was short. Okay. Didn't I have that earlier? I thought I had that here earlier. Oh no, I got rid of it because it pushed higher. Okay. No. Yep. That makes more sense though, Saint. Yes, I know, I'm speaking in the third person, sorry. That makes more sense. Okay, so if that's the case, let's redo this. Let's clean this up a little bit. Let's go this way. No way. There's no way. That's super bearish if that's the case. I don't think 0.5 would be it. Yeah, I don't think this 0.236 would hold. I don't think that would hold. I think they'll probably push past 0.5 again. Damn, really? You gave it 0.236? That's aggressive. That's super aggressive. I have a feeling I got a shaved head that sits here. It just looks like it. I knew it right there. There's two of them. There's two of them right here. So let's do this. Yep. We're definitely going to revisit that area. Because this is what clears this imbalance right over here. Mind you, we have some that sits right over here too. So it's just a question of, you know, which side are we going to clear first? Are we going to clear this first and then head down, or are we going to head down first and clear this and then we'll move back up? I mean, that's pretty weak. Man, that would be very sharp. That would be very sharp. But if I go higher than that, that won't work. It's got to be short term. Take us down here so we can move back up. 0.88. Oh yeah, maybe, but see, that's the only thing I'm just concerned on that 1 minute, because it's just so thrusty. You know, this is far from done. You haven't even sold out on that yet. Got to sell out, I think, on a 21 minute. You want to operate from a 21 minute. I think we have one on 34 maybe. No, not even on a 34 yet. So like these levels can definitely come into the picture real quick. 2092. Where is the... There it is. Mm. What did Trump say? Anybody got any updates on that? I wasn't paying attention. You see anything remarkable? I didn't see anything. Alright, let's get some zones on here real quick. Did you guys reshort? Ellen, got you. You see ape shorts coming in. I can hear them on Hyperbot right now. Overall market, they're pretty aggressive on longs. They're trying to flip it. You got some whales that are longing on BTC though. 10 million. This was my spot position, so if anybody's curious. I believe like in the beginning of February, when we had that flush to 1744, I started building spot at 1813. And then I've added again and added again. $1979. That's close to this. Yeah, it's close to that. Man, we got a lot of work to do. I'm telling you, a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. I mean, this is an extreme bullish scenario. You have an ascending triangle, you know, flat top, ascending bottom. You can see them here. We got 3 hits here on the bottom. 3 to 5 hits is usually what the number is. Lose this line. I mean, this is extremely hopium, but that's just a measured move. Like I said, we got a lot of work to do. A lot of levels that we need to reclaim. A lot of work to do. But remember that, you know, the other side of that is this idea here. You know, even though we may get some short-term relief, maybe even push up to, I don't know, let's just say 3,200. I mean, that's still bearish retest. This is still bearish retest territory. All this. So that's what I'm saying. We got a lot of work to do if we're going to go higher, much higher. Look at that. Yeah, I can't really get anything out of that because I mean, maybe. Yep. I took some profits on my short here. If that trend line becomes liquidity, then yeah, it will definitely get lower. Ooh, look at you. Oh, it's toying with them. It's toying with them. There it is. Ooh, okay, good. So just for future reference, when you see big moves like that occurring, it's because everybody and their mom was longing this. So what would have been like a support level, you know, to, you know, an everyday trader became liquidity. So you see big boys, institutions, whales, whatever you want to call them, they actually shorted right here. That's why you see that drop. So you always got to be careful with those trend lines. And that takes me right back over to what I was talking about over here on the weekly. Right? We bounced off that line. It's higher data, but boy, oh boy, we tap that line again and it starts to sink. It's going to get aggressive and aggressive fast. All right, we just tapped into shorter wave C levels. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, you can get something out of that. It literally bounced right off of it. These are just like TPs for me. I'm not adding to my long or anything like that. These are just TPs for me. 5% here, 5% there. Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, it's rejecting off a B right there. It's rejecting off a B. Yep. Now reject that 1.272. Thank you. Come on. Yep. Come down lower. See, now it's rejecting it. There you go. Oh, those late longs are feeling it. Those late longs are feeling it. Oh, my tushy. They felt that one. See, what I was doing here is looking at a potential wave C at this level. But if you notice, right over here, this would have been wave B. See what we just rejected? So down the road, wherever this decides to land, this is still going to be a point of area of interest for us. Bounce off of 0.382 there. So that's where that bounce is coming from. The sky. Yeah, it happens. You'll get your entry again. I mean, short term, just follow the trend, really. I mean, we're using 1 minute and 1 hour here, you know, for scalps. I've already taken some profits off the short. I've taken 15% off thus so far. So it's risk-free for me at this point. And I'm gonna move my stop loss to break even for it. My soul. Where is that channel? Here it is, active trades. Alright, so the TP1's hit. That's good. It's a start. Yeah, I see USDT starting to pull back up. That's the scurry part. Scurry. You know, I need to make sure, I need this to bleed over. Wrong button, Saint. You're way over here. Look, got more confluence that sits right over here at 0.5. Remember the rule, if it bounces off of 0.5, that's bullish. If it breaks below and then acts as a point of resistance, that's bearish. And in the event that we, you know, push all the way back, right back up, you know, we're looking at these levels. So that's why I have a stop loss to break even. Good little scalp. No sell dot on that yet. There's another 10 more minutes left on that, but we do have a bearish engulfing here, so 73% reversal rate. We'll probably come back to 2042 inside that area. What's here? Actually, let's do this instead. Because this is where liquidity is at. So liquidity sits inside here. Kinda thirsty. That looks kinda thirsty. Yep. Green dot on a 1 minute right there. Let's see if it gives us another sell dot. Same scenario, right? It's got to break out of this. It's got to break above here, so I'll put a line there for us. This is a Navarro. So that's the key level for a continuation up. So if you're holding short, maybe you didn't take profits or anything like that, and you're like, you believe it's going to go lower, I don't disagree with you. All I'm saying is, like, if you start to break this level right over here, I would strongly consider de-risking. You need to see a break and close above it. I'm still short. Don't get me wrong. I just took profits. That's all I did. Where are you? Oh, I don't have you on here? Okay. That's where you went to. You went to a 1.618 area. And so this is what I do with harmonics, just as an FYI. I look for the expansion levels. See, now we're rejecting it. We're rejecting that wave B. Do I do a little small little ad? Let's see. Let's see. Yep. That's the second time we rejected just now. Actually, no, we didn't touch it. Excuse me. We didn't even touch it. What is that? 2043? And now we're starting to reject this area. It's a decent pull. But you got a bearish engulfing that's printing there on the 1 hour. I was looking at extension levels, excuse me. These don't matter to me. I mean, they do, but they don't. Not when I'm looking for like TPs, because like the TPs are the wave points. So wave B, then you have wave A, then you have wave C, which this would make total sense because remember we have shaved heads that sit right over here. So 1.272 thrust from there kind of lines up with this. We have some confluence that sits inside that area. I'm bringing this to break even. And then higher thrust will put us inside of these categories, 2.272. So just not an environment where you want to be greedy. That's what I'm saying. If it continues to reject that, then this wave D is just not done yet. Then we come down here. Just so I can find that. It's in the way for me right now, so bear with me. What was I doing here? Lost my train of thought. These don't matter anymore because they already gave us our wave B, so we really don't need this. We can leave it for confluence, but we can get rid of these levels. Like I wouldn't look to reshort that. That's what I'm getting at. Not at these basic fib levels, at least. That's what I'm trying to illustrate. I look for the extension levels. This is going to get violated, so I'm going to get rid of that because we're going to redo that. Interesting. Not really though, that's... Yeah, that won't work. Why is that? Oh, okay. First TP would be right here. And these big extensions, 2046, 2065, yeah, that would, I mean, that would feed right into a wave 3. That would definitely feed right into a wave 3. Oh my gosh, look at all this down here. Scurry, 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 scurry. Oh, I know what I was doing. Yeah, come on down. Come on down. No, I saw the same thing over here. I saw the same thing here. Why did you avoid this though? Oh, nice. Look at that. That's what we're talking about. There we go. Isn't that 0.382 again? I had my head down for 2 seconds. Jeez, they're going crazy on Hyperbot. What are they doing? You just violated that area. And the new hour just started, that's why. That's what that was. This 1 hour's got to be our confirmation. You got a bearish engulfing that sits right here. So this would be essentially a confirmation candle, this 1 hour right here. But if you notice, we're bouncing off that 0.382. You know, we have good liquidity. At least, you know, some buyers are stepping in. I don't know if that's retail. I don't know if that's whales. I'm just pointing out we have some price action that's stepping in here in this area. So it warrants the reasons to take some profits off of your short. You know, the whole objective is try to take profit at, you know, Pico tops, Pico bottoms. You can fully close it, take a little bit here and there. That's completely up to your risk appetite. I'm just pointing out where price action is at and how that correlates to positions, things like that. For me specifically. Yeah, I mean, just looking at fib levels, just based on, I mean, mind you, this is on a 1 minute, so it goes a lot higher, but I was just looking at these areas. So from like the 1 hour, you know, I have ideal targets that sit right around here. But what if I get front ran, right? Like, what if I don't get this full extension all the way up? Then I start looking at these areas right here, these fib levels. Because if we're looking at this from how this was mapped, you know, wave 1, wave 2, we have an up thrust. So it's a clear indication saying, okay, you've entered into a wave 3. You need a confirmation that wave 2 was completed, you know, here at this 618 level. So, you know, we tapped a little bit below it. We tapped some support levels. I already mapped that out for you guys. Then we came back to those same areas, and you notice, you know, we held right above this 618 area. So we've retraced 61% of this wave 1 or already thus so far. And then we followed by an up thrust. When we have an up thrust like that, this confirms wave 2 is done. So that puts you inside of a wave 3. So wave 3, if you know, wave 3 is pretty short, which is usually not the case, because you're not going to see, wave 3 has to be your biggest wave. You know, right now wave 1 is, right? So right, that's where it puts it at minimum 2146 and some change, which is pretty close to this 1.618. That's just the mathematics for it, but it's got to be greater than this. It can't be shorter than this. I'm just showing you some scalp short areas where I believe that there would be some short entries inside of that area. Maybe get a little scalp short that comes back down to previous resistance, and then you can run it right back up again. This is why the short for me is a scalp short. But these areas have more interest for me based on that 1 minute harmonic that we just kind of designed. So I'd actually eliminate those. Let's go back to that real quick. 299, 2091. We'd probably just clear imbalance inside that area. So I can get rid of this. I can get rid of this. I can get rid of that. And get rid of that. Now look at it. I mean, it's a wide spread, so that's why you just gotta wait for signs of weakness. You're gonna start seeing breakdowns. And I don't know where this wave 3 is going to finish. Again, I was just showing where the math is for that. But like wave 3 can come to here, and then we get a retrace, maybe testing the top of this resistance, or maybe just a little bit lower inside this area. That's why I had it as to be determined, because it could be flat. It could also be a 0.236 area as well too. Which is right over here. Look at that. Wave A and wave C are equal. Because this thing could always just punch right through, man. Because remember, we have that engulfing. Yeah, so it's, like I said, it's got a 73 probability rate of reversing. And you have whipsaws right over here. So not afraid of the nuke. I don't know if you're still here, but I do remember you were asking earlier. Who was here earlier? I stream 4 days a week: Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. I think it was Stefano. I think you were asking me. Yeah. Stefan, you were asking me earlier if it's still valid. Now, here's I'll shine some light on that. Right, if we go to those wave 3 areas first, then no, then that move is no longer going to be valid. Like this would no longer be valid. Like if we come up to these levels over here, because like making the assumption, let's just say like we go all the way up, you know, we scurry over to here, whatever, float around, and then completely violate wave 4s and just start coming all the way back down. Like none of this is going to matter. None of that's going to matter. So we really needed, you know, to see on New York, to be honest with you, we needed to see a sweep of the weekend lows on New York Open, but we got a pump instead. And yeah, I mean, I long this area, but this is the setup that I had placed inside the server for you guys well before this move developed, because I was looking at this saying, okay, this looks like a wave 1. We'll probably retrace like a good portion of it. And then we had, you know, 0.5, 0.382, but considering this would have been a wave 2, we were looking more sharp levels. So 618, 0.76, and 0.88. My assumption was saying, okay, well, for active trades, so people can get in, you're saying that we can sweep this area right over here and then get into these zones so wave 2 can be done. We had all the makings of it thus so far, right? We could have had a New York Open bounce here and then sweep down into this area, then start making this push. But we didn't get that. So that tells us that Sunday was a weekend low in the sense for that wave 2, then that just opens the door for wave 3. But for this to be confirmed, right, for this move to genuinely be authentic, this engulfing right here needs to go bye-bye. You know, 73% reversal rate, not necessarily what we want to look for. Let's go for a 4-hour real quick. 4 hours got another hour and some change left inside of it. No sell dots on that one just yet. 1 hour hasn't printed a sell dot either. And now we're kind of moving sideways. We got volatility that's kicking in right now. We got late longs that are trying to get in, trying to push the price up higher to, you know, casa carajo, you know, $4,000. And then you have, you know, shorts that are trying to push the price way back down who don't believe in the move because of, you know, fundamentals like war and what have you. So this is why you see sideways movement right now. If you were short from when I was giving that call last week, or at least the setup, better put, for this last week, and you want to test some areas to add back, you know, look at the fib levels that we're talking about. Maybe some of you guys are like 1908 or maybe a little bit lower than that. You know, do like 0.5% of your port and just, you know, see if that holds. Don't kill yourself. Don't, you know, go full port and start expecting it to go to the moon now. Fib level wise, it's holding a nice 0.382 level, so that's decent. It's relatively bullish on a 1 hour, right? Because we're holding this level right now. But we still have this, we still got this, we still got this, and we got quite a few fair value gaps that sit over here, and we have some imbalances that sit here, so would not be surprised at all. And just to add back onto that, you know, like, let's just say it does do that. Let's just make the assumption that it decides to, you know, violate all these areas. Maybe you get like a little bounce here in this area and starts rejecting. We'll probably come and test these areas. And if you're on lower time frame, you need to see this area reclaimed on a 1 minute. Well, this harmonic, to answer your question, this harmonic is drawn by hand. It's just a tool that you'll see. It's on the left-hand side of your toolbar. It's under patterns. It should be the third one down. So it's under patterns. You'll find it over here. But we do have an indicator that detects patterns. And you can search for bullish ones or bearish ones. I think we have a bullish one that printed. I think there's a total pattern inside of here. Yeah, there it is. And so it gives you all the TPs. You can adjust your TPs if you want. You can set them manually. But the way that I designed this is to go to specific fib levels, extension levels. And I've usually set the stop loss relatively tight, like 2.01%. It doesn't invalidate the pattern. It just, that way, you know, showing you are an invalidation, saying, okay, well, this is a total pattern. This total pattern can come all the way down to here. But if you're longing from here with high leverage, there's a stronger chance that you'll get liquidated. So I set the stop loss that's relatively tight here, but you can still print a pattern based off of that. But that's one of them. All the indicators are inside of the server. So if anybody has curiosity as to what they are, you're looking for them, I'll pull it up for you guys. And I update them routinely. And then I add people to new ones that I build, ones that I'm testing. You guys can test them out too. But if you float over to this section right over here, under the VIP section. So if you have VIP inside the server, you can see this. You can see the indicator hubs. You can actually see the tutorials as well too, which I believe the tutorials are right over here inside this section. You can get all the tutorials that are in there. And those are tutorials on the indicators. And if you wanted to browse them, you just click on that link and then I'll take you over to my page, which you guys can see all the scripts here. So these are all the scripts that I use, that I built, that I utilize. They're different tools. They have different functions depending on what my setup is, what my trades are, but from LA wave thesis to EMAs to harmonic patterns, TD9 sequentials, there's fair value gaps, there's shaved bottoms, shaved heads, there's money flow and RSIs, there's fib zones, liquidity pockets. So there's a plethora, for lack of better terminology, that sits inside that area. Actually, you guys couldn't see that there, inside here. They're all in here. You just go to my page, you can find all of them here. You can read about them, how I utilize them, if they make sense for you. And inside the server, as I update them, I'll post different ideas. I mean, the script that's for it. I don't just randomly add people. If someone sees it and they already have the lifetime a package for it, then they just shoot me DM. Like I had a couple guys like, yo, can you send me the EMA one? And I sent them over the EMA one. Here, I'll give you guys a new link for you. Copy. And I'll add it here for you. There you go. I just put it in the chat for you guys. Did we hit, no, yeah, lunchtime is already done. Come on. Keep doing that. Like all of these, just as an FYI, like all of these levels are relatively bullish retest, if you will, because we made a new local high compared to this wave one. Right, that's what I'm comparing it to. So we did reach that high in that area. Obviously we're underneath it now, but all of these levels right over here become bullish retest. It gets real scary in the sense of continuation down to the downside once we start breaking this level, which was New York up and low. In a perfect world for me, it would look something like this. And then back up. That's why we have the TPs inside of the active section, the active trades. So TP1 was hit. There was profits that was taken off of that. That's the point. You know, just don't be greedy. Don't expect it like, hey, I want the nuke. I want the nuke. I want the nuke. We're on inside of a confirmation candle right now. And that could very well still change. You know, we could still see another thrust down to the downside. You know, we could see like a thrust from here. You could see a thrust into here and then it pulls right back up. But if we break this now here in the interim, it will probably invalidate that bearish engulfing. Because also, I want to add this too. Like, look where it's positioned. I mean, yes, it is a bearish engulfing, but look where it's at. It's on the bottom of a trend. So it does have a 73% reversal rate, but it's more on the weaker side. You'd really want to see like a bearish engulfing, you know, somewhere. Oh my gosh, I keep doing this. Somewhere over here inside of these areas. Actually, if we drill down on that, I'm pretty sure we can find one. Yeah, like somewhere right over here, or even right here. Right? Look where that trend was. You just go over and look at where those peaks at. See, you have another one that sits right here. Just keep going over. Look at all your peak tops. But just look where they're positioned. You know, bearish engulfing right there. They're littered with them. Right here. See how that invalidated? You had a bearish engulfing, but then you had enough thrust up, and then you had a throwdown. So we could see something like that going into where we are on our chart. Right, so just be careful about that. It just starts edging up and validates that, and then you get your throwdown. And for any of you guys that are here on the stream, joining the server for the first time, there are roles that you can click on, so where though you can see specific content. Inside the VIP section, at least in the morning's VIP war room, we do have pre-market discussion. At least I share my ideas as far as what I'm looking at for pre-market and what levels I'm looking at. So it's a little bit of an edge to having VIP inside the server. And VIP is really easy. It's just using one of the referral links, whether it be through Bitunix or through LBank. Set up your account, make your deposit on either one of the exchanges, fill out the quick form to confirm that you've done it, and then boom, you'll have VIP access. So it's an added benefit if you guys want to have like a little bit more inclusive conversations about the market before the market opens. And everything I'm going over with you is in the welcome video. When you click on the start here, there's literally like a 6-minute video of me explaining how to navigate through the server. Hyperbot's got some decent longs that are stepping in. This is like brain rot, man, watching the sideways movement like that. We got some good ideas inside of the server on the journal section. Really proud of you guys, man. You guys are detailed.
You by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright. I think I learned my lesson.
A couple of you guys are asking about the journals, at least the journal that I posted for my setups. There's one in there for you guys. It's 100% free. I'll share with you guys here now in a second. It's not showing, that's crazy. I don't know why that's not computing. Maybe I'll just do it again. Hold on. Hmm. So inside Airtable, this is kind of what it looks like. You can start tracking all of your trades, your win ratios, things like that. So if you wanted to set up a new trade, you just come over here, set up the date. So for example, did one today. Today's what oh gosh, we don't know the day of the month. Today's the 2nd. Right, and what did we do? We did 2089, and then you have all your pairs. You can add different pairs if you want. It's 100% customizable. What kind of trade it was, you're looking at a scalp, short, whatever leverage you choose to use. What did we have? 2023. Whether it's still open to win or loss, however you want to do it, you can do it that way. This way, mine is still open. 125, and so it'll calculate for you what your profit and loss will be automatically, just based on whatever your margin is. And then sometimes when you maybe you're holding it for an intraday, maybe it's a little bit longer, you'll need to adjust what your realized P&L is. This is kind of giving you a glimpse as far as what it would be. Maybe you have deeper TPs, and so you can just put your TPs here in this area, put all your notes that are inside this section. And then, you have a monthly journal, so it'll calculate based off of what month that you're in. So add it to your position for you once it's gone green. So like if I change this over to a win, and I just put, let's just kicks and giggles, let's just do 257. Let's just put that in there. All right, it will transpose onto your monthly. So then your monthly, whatever you're starting with, whatever your starting balance is, and these are all your trades that are going to be inside of that month. So if you wanted to open up that way, you can look at it from that point of view. But then it will start calculating. So at the end of the month, you can see kind of like where you finished your balance, what it was for you. And then you can do like different interfaces. Like if you wanted to track what your results look like inside of a month, how many trades you're taking, where'd it go? Based on a monthly basis, your overall trade performance. So you can really calculate all that stuff. You can get really nitty gritty inside of there. If you don't want to look at it from this point of view, you can turn it into a gallery where you can just set up your charts, put your charts inside there, and it'll show you just your charts. So if you're just thumbing through and you're like, well, I don't remember which trade it was, but I remember the chart, you can just set up a gallery view for yourself. If you want to set up based on calendars when you took those trades, because maybe you're correlating that with your P&L card or your P&L results, you can do it that way as well too. This is 100% free. It doesn't cost anything. And as far as where you would find that, inside of the server, and that's going to be inside of the journals section. So if you come back over to the journals, which if I can find it myself, that'd be fantastic. So it's under trading floor, come to journals, and it's this post right here. It kind of just gives the guidelines as far as how you want to operate inside here. So maybe you want to have a public journal, share your thoughts, share ideas, share your setups. But if you want access to that same link, it's right here. Like I said, it's 100% free. So it's just a tool for you to really measure what your results look like over a period of time, whether it be monthly, weekly, daily, whatever. So just more stuff for you guys. I post all my trades inside of my desk, and the ones that I'm taking active, I post inside there. All right, so 1 minute, coming back down. We just need to violate that area already. Just have a hi-ya. Yeah, all the thoughts are kind of detailed out inside of Saint Desk. You'll find that section there. That's really where I post longer form content when I'm looking at high time frame reviews, structures, liquidity, things like that. And then for my gamblers or the ones that want to be spoon fed, I have an active trade section. So you guys can see what my active trades look like, what I'm going to be taking for that day. And remember, like I said, inside of the VIP war room, I'll discuss this pre-market with them, along with VIP and Knights. Knights are for the private mentorship inside of the group. So what I'm getting at is we could be entering pre-market. I post an idea inside of active trades, and then the entry never comes. Maybe. No, maybe. Kind of curvy. We could always extend it out. It doesn't really play a big difference, really. It looks kind of deformed. I like that better. I want to see if this is an Eve. Up here, though? And then this would be my atom. It's possible. I know we have one on a daily. I think that's over here. Or maybe it was here. Nope. 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 Is it here? Yeah, there it is. Yeah. We need to see like this V shape holds and maintains itself. If that's the case, then if this diving board comes to fruition, yeah. 71% of the time when you have a diving board set up, 71% of the time you'll test the bottom of that diving board. Which this diving board feeds right into that monthly, that's the wrong one. So he puts us right over here. And what's this EMA? 2733, something like that, in that area. So that opens the door for that. This just needs to tank already. I just don't like this. That's the only thing I don't like. You could open that up. Should go wick to body. But I'm just going wick to wick. That would destroy ETH. That would destroy ETH. If that performs and that creates what I think it's going to create, see you later. See you later. Yeah, we're gonna take that off. We're not gonna speak that into existence, guys. We're not gonna speak that one into existence. But anyways, I wanted to highlight, you know, there's a atom right here, boom, right, which feeds into this diving board. So you have your little runner, blah, no, 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 no. He has his little spring, and then he takes his plunge, and then it creates this wick right here. That was a 1744. And then we kind of start moving sideways, which you can see right here, you know, you have higher lows that are developing. So if you get this move, which essentially would be like a rounded bottom, but it could also be viewed as a scallop bottom. How would you know if it's a scallop bottom? If it makes this type of formation like a J or like a Nike swoosh. Right, that's your scallop bottom. And there's really no target for the scallop bottom, so I'm utilizing the diving board, saying, okay, well, where would be my measured move for a diving board if I were to move up, and I do have an Adam and Eve, and I do have a scallop bottom? What would I be targeting? This is what I'd be targeting. And then obviously reclaim this area, and then reclaim of this, then this goes bananas from here. That monthly would probably get skewed. We'd probably move aggressively to the upside if we reclaim this area right over here. But I'm being conservative and saying, okay, well, let's test this area. Yeah, we got a couple scalpers. I mean, everybody's a little bit different. Kind of a mixture. You know, I just play with whatever the market's going to give me, to be quite honest with you. I think last month I did a total of like 29 trades, and I believe like 17 of those were scalps. I think I only had like 4 intradays, and I think I had like 1 swing. Last month was all about scalping. For me, it was. Some people could have been positioned a lot better than me and just held, and that was their swing. You know, they got a 14% drop on one move. I'll be right back, guys. I use the restroom. I don't know, maybe bulls are saying they had enough and they want to defend. Kind of weird. All right. Market's getting a little sidewaysy here for us. So I'm gonna vibe with you guys a couple more minutes. If there's any questions, anything that I can answer for you guys about setups, about the server, about the exchanges, the VIPs. There are discounted fees on side of the exchanges that we're trading off of. You actually get upgraded to VIP 3 when you trade on Bitfinex. Lbank has some ridiculous bonuses, especially for volume. So if you're a volume trader, definitely look at that. I think I did roughly like a little bit over 6 million last week. And I think the bonuses that they paid out just on volume alone were like north of like 1100 in futures bonus. Bitfinex is cheaper. Yes, they're a little bit cheaper on fees. Absolutely. But it's just really what kind of trader you are and what you're looking for. Bitfinex does have some bonuses. Don't get me wrong. You got that mystery box that they give you weekly and some deposit bonuses as well too. But Lbank is running the exact same thing. So it's just where you feel most comfortable. Heavier on shorts right now. Maybe they sink them. And it's not the strongest of fibs, don't get me wrong. But it is relatively bullish if it does decide to bounce there. Like, I mean, if it maintains and holds its bounce. Still got like 3 minutes left though. We got a bearish engulfing followed by another bearish candle here. So I'm leaning more towards we're going to see some more downside. That's what I'm leaning towards. However, if we're wrong, which that does happen, we have our stop set to break even. We've already TP'd here, so it wasn't time wasted. But this is difficult to trade for anybody. So right now, like, this is just telling you, like, this is a no trade zone. Like, just sit on your hands. What are all these? I must have... My chart had freckles. Mind you, we do have a bullish engulfing here, so there's the other side of that. That's on 144, but we're looking at 1 hour here. What does 233 look like? Look, it's a shooting star. Yeah, but look where the shooting star is. Shooting star is here at the bottom. And that's got 30 minutes left in it too. Yeah, you got some buy signals on there too, and I believe you have some divergence that occurred over here. Yeah. On this move. Oh, for Pete's sake, come on. Yeah. Yeah. It's a pretty hard retracement. Very similar to what we saw over here. But I only printed a 3, man. That's got a long way to go. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got to come all the way down here. And I think that's the bottom side of that. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. All the way down here. That's aggressive. I mean, really, that's what we're looking at right now. We're stuck in this ridiculous triangle right now. But if we come back down, that's what we're going to be looking at. That's what we're looking for. $233 with a 3 that's printed there. You had a 9 that printed there. All right, guys, that is going to be my time for this stream today. I'll be back on tomorrow, roughly around the same time, 9:30 a.m., right before market opens, maybe like 9:25 or so. You guys will see the link inside the server as far as when I'm going to be going live, so that way you can set your notifications. Be sure that you're subscribed to the channel, so that way you do know when I go live and you can partake and see some of the setups that we're going to be doing throughout the course of that stream. I will be inside of the server continuously guiding and reviewing charts. If you guys have any questions for me, feel free to DM me or put it inside of the war room. More than happy to discuss it with you guys. Outside of that, please be safe through the remainder of the day. We do see some chop. If you were profitable today, guard that capital, guard that profit. There's no sense in giving it back to the market. It's okay if you want to step away from the charts and just find a better position at a later time, later date. And above all, guys, God bless you. I hope rest finds you through the course of the day. Peace be with you.